Okay, good
Order,
morning.
be seated, please.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Droskovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Mr. Robert Aguero. Robert Aguero.
Please step up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Aguero, R-O-B-E-R-T-A-G-U-E-R-O.
Thank you. Mr. Aguero, how are you employed?
I own my own company, which is solely focused on cell phone forensics and cell tower data analysis.
If you could please tell us a little bit about your history in reference to this subject area.
I started this business about 15 years ago. I've received training from Cellebrite and certification from Cellebrite on extracting data, analyzing data from cell phone. I've also received training from SecureView. That's another manufacturer of different software. As far as the cell tower analysis, I've received training from GeoTime. That's the software that I use for mapping on the proper method for mapping data. I've received various trainings from different companies, all dealing with the mapping and analysis of cell phone data. And I attend yearly seminars to keep up with the latest changes in both technologies.
Prior to your owning DataPro, have you worked with law enforcement?
Yes, I spent 15 years in law enforcement. Half the time I worked in patrol, the other half I worked detectives. And then I retired after 15 years on a medical retirement.
Where are you currently residing?
I currently reside in the state of Washington.
Have you been called upon in other cases to give expert testimony concerning cell phone extraction?
Yes, I have.
You were contacted by the defense in the state of Nevada versus Robert Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report as a result of your being contracted by the defense in this
Yes.
case? Did you prepare a PowerPoint in reference to your evaluation and analysis of data that was given to you?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission by stipulation of Defense Exhibit A3.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
And this is, Clark County Superior Court, but I mean, it's state of Nevada, it's the court, this matter.
Yes.
Points of interest were 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Correct, yes.
9624 Spanish Steps.
Correct.
Planet Fitness located on West Charleston.
Correct, yes.
And the Planet Fitness located on 230 South Decatur.
Correct, yes.
The data that you analyzed concerned cell phone number 702-533-1858, correct?
Yes.
And how was it that you verified that the information that we're about to address is tied to this cell phone number?
Well, when you look at the call detail records or all the records that I analyze, they either have the phone number or they have the international mobile subscriber identity that identifies the subscriber. So those all matched to this number.
Turn your attention to page number 3. If you could explain to the jury what is this that we're looking at?
In this page, we're looking at the T-Mobile mediation report, which is referred to as a call detail records, and that is showing you the cell towers that are used for voice transactions. Now, the T-Mobile mediation report only covered August 1st, 2022 through August 16th, 2022. So when you see a blue dot, that is the location of the cell tower. And then the shaded area would be the sector coverage. And again, the shaded area is only a visual aid to help you see the area. It is not an actual propagation map, so it's just a visual aid.
And if you could explain what a propagation map is.
A radio frequency propagation map is when you're interested in a specific tower and a specific antenna, and you want to find out what the coverage is. You can either request it from the phone company or take specialized equipment, go out to the area, and you measure the radio frequencies from the tower, and then you can actually draw a map that shows the actual coverage of a specific sector.
I'll get a little bit ahead of ourselves. There came a point in time where you were asked to review pen register records, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been records beginning at or about August 7th, 2022?
Yes.
But at this point in time, just to give reference, you didn't review any pen register records, and I'll tell you they didn't exist from August 1st, 2022 to August 16th, 2022.
Yes, at this point on this map, the only item we're looking at is the T-Mobile mediation report, which again, that just details voice transactions that are made by the phone.
In reference to this X right here, bronze circle, you don't have any communication or any pings, basically would be the word, with any cell phone towers close to that.
That's correct. There's between August 1st and August 16th, there were no towers used that were near the bronze circle location.
However, we do have pings, or we have communication with cell towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps Lane, Las Vegas,
Yes.
as well as two Planet Fitness locations. Fair to say?
Correct, yes.
The one is Planet Fitness is 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
Yes.
We have some that are right next to that, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that would indicate that the cell phone tower would be in proximity to that address.
Yeah, that tells us that that address is within coverage of this tower, so that's definitely one address where the phone could be at. Now, this data is not specific enough to pinpoint a specific location for you, just a general area.
Just the general area. Same question as to this other Planet Fitness, the address being 230 South Decatur Boulevard in Las Vegas. We do have pings near that area as well.
Correct, yes.
And again, you can't say that that means that person is specifically there, but it's a cell phone tower that's in proximity to that address.
Correct, yes.
And just so we're clear too, when you have these pings or this communication between a cell phone device and a tower, there may be various towers that are communicating or exchanging data, phone calls, text. It will show that there's activation or communication, but they don't always necessarily speak with the closest or communicate with the closest cell tower.
Correct. The cell phone will communicate with the tower that has the strongest, clearest signal. So the strongest, clearest signal can be one that's close by, but quite often if you're in a busy area or if the network will level the usage out, so you could be next to one tower, but yet your phone will connect to another tower that's a little further away. Again, it goes to the cleanest, clearest signal for connections.
If I could turn your attention to page 4. If you could please explain to us the significance of this analysis.
This is the same data we saw on the previous page. I just zoomed in so we can better see the various addresses that we've been talking about. But it's the exact same data that we saw before it was zoomed out. Now we're just zoomed into a smaller area.
You know, in this case, in the lower portion of the exhibit, it appears that we have these fanning out images. If you could
Yes.
explain to us what those are and what those signify in this exhibit.
Again, when you see the blue dot, that's the location of the cell tower. When you see a little pie wedge going out, that represents a sector. Typically, most towers have a tower is just basically a tall structure or a building, and then on top you'll see a bunch of antennas all around it. The way that the carriers lay out the network, they divide them into sectors, which is if you take a full circle around a tower, you divide it into 3 equal shapes, 3 pie wedges. Each one of those would be a sector. On some of them, you may see like a full circle going all around. That's because either a sector was not provided for us, the orientation of the sector, or it could be an omnidirectional antenna. So when you don't see a sector, it means it could be anywhere around the tower. When you see the pie wedges, then the phone is somewhere where the blue shading is located. And again, these are just visual aids. They don't represent the actual coverage for each sector.
And again, turning your attention to the two Planet Fitness locations, again, we have cell phone towers that were communicating in the area of this subject telephone number.
Yes.
This cell phone device.
Yes.
Turning your attention to slide number 5. Again, if you could explain to us the significance of this slide and your findings.
Yes, I was asked about the two Planet Fitness and when were the towers near connected. And then we see the one on the right-hand side of the map that was connected on August 9th, 2022. And then we have the time and the incoming or outgoing. It just denotes whether there's an incoming call or outgoing call. On the left side of the other Planet Fitness, there's two towers that were in close proximity. So I put a blue circle highlighting the two towers, and then those are all the dates shown there that the phone connected to those two towers.
And when a phone connects to a tower, if you could explain to us the various ways in which it does connect to the tower.
Well, typically a phone is a high-priced walkie-talkie, for lack of a better term. So when you hit send on your phone, it uses radio frequencies and sends a signal to the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. The tower will connect to the phone. You get authenticated as a phone user with that carrier, and then your call gets routed to whoever you're calling. And as long as you're connected, then there'll be two-way communication. Now, the records we have in this pages, they will show typically the starting cell tower. That's what I'm mapping out here. So if you spend 10 minutes on a phone call, we have the starting tower. If you're moving around, you could hit other towers. However, they're not recorded in the records we have. So we're only being shown the tower that the initial connection made to the phone.
Turning your attention to slide 6, the pen register. Obviously, you were provided with information obtained from law enforcement concerning a pen register, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain just briefly what a pen register is?
Basically, that's when law enforcement gets a court order, goes to the phone company, and then they track all the calls that are made and text message, data usage by that phone during a specific time frame. And then what we're provided is a spreadsheet with the date, time, and cell towers that were connected.
Turning your attention to slide page number 7, if you could explain to us the significance and what your analysis was concerning this data that you were provided, specifically on August 28th, 2022.
For this page, I was asked to look at August 28th, 2022 for all of the connections shown on the pen register. And for that date, there was only 2 cell towers that were used. One is located to the northwest of the Spanish Steps location. And then on that tower, we have, excuse me, a breakdown. There were data sessions that were recorded between 12:39 a.m. all the way down to 11:35 p.m. There was 2 voice calls that were made, and the times are listed there. And there was 1 text message at 1:50 p.m. that connected with that tower. The other tower that was used is to the southeast of the Spanish Step location, and all of the connections to that tower were data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages, so those are all data sessions, and these are the only 2 towers that were connected during that day.
So it's my understanding that based upon your testimony, this is all the phone usage based upon the records that were provided to you that had occurred on August 28th, 2022. Yes. We have the data sessions. We have, apparently, there was 2 voice communications and 1 text message.
Correct.
And that was for the entire day of that day.
Yes.
If I told you that this was a Sunday, any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Is it fair to say that based upon your analysis of this cell phone data, it appears that the cell phone and presumably its user were at this address, 9624 Spanish Steps?
Jackson calls for speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Okay. Again, this data gives you the general area where the phone could be, so there's no way of knowing if it was located right at Spanish Steps, but that is a location where it could have been. It could also be anywhere in that general area. Again, the data is not precise enough to pinpoint a specific address.
You don't see any other cell phone communication with any cell phone towers outside of this area in these two cell phone towers, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Turning your attention now to the pen register data that was provided to you concerning September 2nd, 2022. If you'd explain to us what we're looking at here on page 9 or slide 9 of your analysis.
Here we're looking at the pen register data for September 2nd, 2022. And again, all of the blue dots are cell towers that were used on that day for either voice, text, or data.
Again, we have cell phone towers in the area of 9624 Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we also have the cell phone towers that are in the area of the Planet Fitness, being at 8945 West Charleston Boulevard.
That is correct, yes.
It appears that we have no cell phone or no data communication, either outgoing text, ingoing text, or data, the automatic communication between the cell phone and the tower over at the Planet Fitness over on Decatur, correct?
Not on this date, no.
And nor do we have any cell phone towers that were activated or communicated with or pinged on the 7216 Bronze Circle address.
That is correct, yes.
Turning your attention to this slide, page 10, slide 10, if you could explain to us what we were looking at here.
What we're going to see in the next few pages is the date broken down in smaller segments. This first segment covers between 1:34 and 6:44 a.m., where the one tower northwest of the home is being utilized. And again, all of the data connections are for data sessions. There were no voice calls or text messages.
And just so we're clear when we're looking at this list, I mean, because we have a data session at 1:34:14 a.m., that doesn't mean the user of this phone is on the phone. That just means that the phone is communicating or exchanging data with the towers.
Yes, data sessions can be active usage or passive usage. Active usage is when you're going on Facebook, Instagram, searching the internet, doing something actively on the phone. And then you have passive usage where the phone will connect to the towers on its own in the background. That's just a normal part of the operation of how cell phones work. As long as it's turned on, it is constantly communicating with cell towers.
So a person could be sound asleep at 1:34 a.m. and obviously we have this data because that's what the cell phone is doing independently.
Correct, yes.
I could turn your attention to slide number 11. If you could discuss with us your findings in reference to this slide.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 6:45 to 6:50 a.m. and we see 4 different towers that are being utilized. The times are listed for each tower. And again, all of these are data sessions, so none of these are voice or text message.
So we don't have any active usage on the part of the person that presumably has the cell phone, if they do.
Correct. With data session, it can all be background. There's no way of knowing from these records whether it's active or background.
Slide page number 12, if you could explain to us your analysis concerning this information.
Here we go to the next time frame. This is between 7:09 a.m. and 3:47 p.m. And again, we have the same 2 towers that we've seen used before, one to the northwest and one to the southeast of the Spanish Steps location. The one to the northwest, on the left side, we see all of the data sessions. Again, those could be background or it could be active. And then there were several text message and 3 voice calls that utilized that tower. And then on the lower right tower, we have, again, a breakdown of 1 text message, 3 voice calls, and then the rest are all data sessions that connected with the tower on the lower right.
I could turn your attention to slide page 13. If you could please discuss with us what we're viewing here.
Here we're looking at the next time frame is from 4 p.m. to 4:20 p.m. During this time frame, again, we have 5 cell towers. The one at the lower part of the map is for a voice call, so we know that's something that the phone connected to the tower. The others are all data sessions, which they could be background data sessions or active data sessions.
Based upon your review of the cell tower, cell phone communication based upon this pen register, is it fair to say that the person who had this phone was in the area of the Planet
Objection
Fitness?
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Does it appear that the cell phone was in proximity or in the area of the Planet Fitness?
Yes, that's definitely one of the locations where it could have been.
And that is consistent with the findings in your previous slides as well.
Yes.
Again, you had testified that it's not necessarily the closest cell tower that basically we have a ping, but it's the strongest.
Correct.
And that would be consistent, again, with what we see here. That this person was in, or that the cell phone was in the area of both the Spanish Steps home as well as the Planet Fitness on Charleston.
Yes, the tower on the lower right of the map, that one is, when I measured, is almost equal distance to the Spanish Steps and Planet Fitness. So either location could be a location where the phone was found or somewhere in between in that general area.
Here we have then much later in the day, again, we have, it appears, data sessions. If you could please just briefly explain this to us.
Yeah, here we're going through the end of the day from 4:27 p.m. to 11:55 p.m. And we have 3 different towers that are being utilized, and they're all for data sessions.
Again, we don't have active use where perhaps a user, we're having texts that are being sent, phone calls that are being made.
Correct, yeah. This data that we have, that we're provided with, there's no way of knowing if anyone was actually using the phone or if it was just sitting there with background connections.
If you could explain to us on this next slide the Cellebrite locations and what the basis was for your analysis and what it is that we are viewing here.
Here I was provided a Cellebrite, which is a forensic software for extracting data from the phone. I was asked to look for any locations available for the year of 2022. And when I pulled the locations for 2022, this is what came up. Now in this case, the dot represents the
Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. During this recess, you're not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or former expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you will be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you. All rise for the next adjournment.
Here to the courtroom. It's on the black and white.
Wait, on.
If we could, because since we go back some 10 minutes.
We're ready, you can make it down.
Adjourn the witness stand.
Oh, did we take this off? Let's see.
rise to enter your jury, please, sir.
State stipulated to the presence of the panel. Mr. Grasovich.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Proceed.
Thank you. Sorry for the break, Mr. Aguero. We were discussing this slide, the 2022 media locations, and you were telling us what this was.
Yeah, this slide here is looking at the locations that were found on the cell phone when I reviewed the Celebrite extraction report. All of the locations came from basically media, photos or videos that were stored on the phone. Typically, when you take a photograph, most modern phones will get the latitude, longitude, so it'll give you a location where the photo was taken. So this is just looking at all the media that was found on the phone. And there were the little orange dots is the actual latitude and longitude reported on the media. And again, there's basically 3 locations where they're all kind of bunched together. The bulk of them is in the upper left near the Spanish Steps Lane location, and that's in January. Had 124 pictures or videos taken at that location. There was one at the bottom of the page taken in September, and then there was one on the right taken in March. Again, this is just strictly from media locations, and the media could be some that the phone took itself, or it could be some that were sent via text message or downloaded from social media or some other online site. And that's basically what we're looking at.
Now, you had prepared a report just a couple of days ago and had sent it to the parties involved, correct?
Yes.
And that presentation was not in the PowerPoint presentation. It was basically slides, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you defense proposed exhibits C3 and D3. I may approach the witness. If you could review these 2 documents, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
We can move this down to the addition. Now, in reference to these 2, is there any correlation between these 2 exhibits and what we're seeing on the screen?
Yes. This first one, C3, it was looking at all of the locations found on the phone, and they range from 2009 all the way through 2022. There was quite a bit of location, so we have a lot more dots throughout the map.
And if I could publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And if we could bring this up on the overhead. This is Defense Exhibit C3. If you could please explain to us again, this is just a much broader time frame.
Yes, it's, again, it's from 2009 through 2022, so there's several years worth of records and locations. And again, each of the dots represents 1 or more locations that were found at where the dot is.
Okay. Turning your attention to what's been marked and admitted, please. Yes, if you could explain to us this document.
Yes, this one, B3, is just looking at the time frame of August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it doesn't have any dots on the map because there were no locations found on the phone for that month.
If I may publish this.
You may.
And you're saying no locations, is this in reference to media locations?
Well, just any locations that are found on the phone. The first one that we looked at were all strictly media location. This last one from 2009 through 2022 were all the locations found. From memory, I don't recall if they're strictly media or if there's other forms of location. The form will keep a variety of locations in its memory.
Has there been any change in your evaluation of the data that was presented to you?
No.
There was a slide that we had addressed concerning, the September 2nd, 2022 data. I'm sorry, the September 2nd, 2022 data. Recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Again, there's been no change in your testimony or opinions through the course of your evaluation of this data.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think I'm gonna use mine. It's okay. If I-
Absolutely.
I'll just- If I can have a second just to set up your honor. Do you mind if Robert, can you clear your laptop?
No, absolutely.
That's awkward. Any issue, I just use the PowerPoint, the current PowerPoint you sent me. Because it just so we don't have to toggle over. Actually, thanks. Can we cue over? All right. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. So, just to be clear, this is the PowerPoint presentation that you just presented the jury this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It would be accurate to say that this report, the one that we saw today, was produced on August 21st. That would be today at 10:21 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Well, actually, this report was created last night. I copied it to a thumb drive this morning to bring it over.
Okay. So last night you created it, but this morning at 10:21 a.m. you sent that out, correct?
Well, I brought it on a thumb drive and gave it to the attorney, and that's probably when he copied. I gave it to him a few minutes before that.
Okay, understood. And just to be clear, this was not the first report that you produced, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay, and I'm going to show opposing counsel. It's already in producing marked as 373. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness. Sir, I want you to take a look at this case proposed 373. Take a quick minute, flip through it, and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, it looks like the original PowerPoint or the original presentation that was prepared.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that original report, is that correct?
Yes, it
At
is.
this time, we ask that the state's proposed 373 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir. So let's do this. I want to pick up where he left off at the end. So when we look at the end of your presentation, and we get to slides 15 and 16, 15 says celebrate locations, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And then this one focuses on media locations, is that correct?
Well, it focuses on all the locations from 2022 that were on the phone.
Well, it's specifying media locations.
They were all media locations.
Okay. And that is with respect to Mr. Tellis's phone that was forensically downloaded, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, If we could cue over to the Elmo. Thank you. So this is, as we can see here, that's marked as slide 14, correct? And it
Yes.
says Celebrite locations, is that right?
Yes.
When we turn to this slide, you were providing us a range of history from 2009 to 2022, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And each one of those orange dots symbolizes location data being spit out by that phone that's contained on the forensic download of the phone. Would that be correct?
Correct, yes.
And just to be clear, when we look at this map, that's not all of Las Vegas. It's just a section of Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
And it's the section of Las Vegas that contains the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't know if you know that or not, but at least it contains Spanish Steps. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Were you aware that's where the defendant lived?
I learned it in the last couple of days.
Okay. It includes an address of Bronze Circle, and you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me that potentially is the well, it's not potentially, it is the victim's home in this case.
I'll take your word.
All right. And it also includes, I believe, well, it doesn't have any Planet Fitness landmarks on this slide, correct?
Correct.
And so that is a 13-year snapshot of this section of the city regarding location data found on that phone.
Correct.
Let's talk about location data for a second on a phone. If you, for example, if you send a phone, if you take a picture on a phone, sometimes phones will actually capture where exactly you took that picture, correct?
Yes, most modern phones will capture the latitude, longitude, sometimes the altitude of where the photo was taken.
And so when phones are, for example, created on a phone and that's captured in Celebrite, you can capture location data showing, oh, I can see where, that would be a plot point potentially, correct?
Correct.
But apps are a way that location data can be generated from a Celebrite download, correct?
Well, apps can generate location and be stored on the phone, and then Celebrite would download that app location.
So for example, like Waze, the app Waze,
Correct.
Right? It shows you which way to go. You can turn on your location services, and then if you had turned it on and your phone is downloaded, Celebrite could collect what Waze following you, correct?
Correct.
Google Maps is the same way, correct?
Yes.
I mean, even like Chick-fil-A can follow. We'd like to know where you are. You can tell Chick-fil-A, hey, you can follow me anytime I'm walking around, correct?
There's a million apps that will follow people, yes.
So the owner of the phone has a lot of control over who's watching, where they're going with their phone, because they control turning on location information, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all you're doing is trying to see what location information was left, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a 13-year snapshot of Mr. Tellis's phone, we get all those dots for that section, correct?
Yes.
This slide was not in the newest presentation, correct?
No, the newest presentation I was requested, since there is quite a bit of data, narrow it down to 2022, and that's what I did.
Understood. So the answer to my question was no. This slide was not in the new presentation, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's turn to the original report. Let's go to slide 16. Sir, if you could, please read the header of the slide.
August 1 through 31st, 2022, no locations.
No locations. So if I'm understanding this slide correctly, you decided to look at how much location data is on Mr. Tellis's phone for the month of August of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your map focuses on Bronze Circle as well as his house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a single plot point, correct?
Correct.
When we look at the 13 years, there's tons of plot points, right?
Yes.
But the month of August, dead silent.
Correct.
Sir, an owner of the phone has the ability to turn off location information, correct?
That is correct. You can turn off location history at any point.
And you don't just have the power to turn off a particular app. You can literally just turn the phone off and then it goes dark, right?
If you turn the phone off, then it will not record anything.
So if you want to go to Bronze Circle, but you don't want someone to see you, you can simply just turn off the phone, right?
That is possible, yes.
You could go through every single one of your apps that have location information, and you could turn those off as well if you wanted to leave your phone on, right?
That is correct.
The power is in the holder of the phone, correct?
Yes,
And this is Mr. Tellis's phone.
yes.
And that month, and here's the thing, when you reviewed this case, do you know the day that Mr. Gehrman died?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay, so if I told you it was September 2nd, you have no reason to dispute that.
No, I don't. I don't know the date.
Okay, but just to be clear, the month before Mr. Gehrman dies, he's got no location data on his phone
That's correct.
for that area.
Correct.
So, I want to turn back to, could we cue over to his like modern presentation than the most recent one? Thank you. All right, so let's look at, sorry, I'm getting confused looking at this presentation thing here. All right, so the 702-533-1858. You reviewed the subscriber information on this, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and just to be clear, 702-533-1858, according to the T-Mobile records, the subscriber is Robert Tellis, correct?
correct, yes.
Okay. So when you looked at the cell phone records and the pen register, it was all affiliated with Mr. Tellis's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When we look at this slide here, August 1st through August 16th, when we look at this information, again, these are just plot points of the phone interacting with a tower. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, this does not deal with September 2nd. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also, just to be clear, if I didn't want to interact with a tower, so when we look at historical records, isn't it true that when you see the tower data, that's because of if a phone called, let's say a phone called my phone, and I picked it up and I answered it, that connection using a cell tower pops up in the record, right?
That is correct, yes.
You would agree with me that if I turn my phone off, there's not going to be a plot point of where my phone is because my phone is not talking to a cell tower, correct?
No, if you turn your phone off, there would be a record of a call coming in, going to voicemail, and there would not be a cell tower.
Right, so when we look at, if we look at August 1st through August 16th, and we see like Bronze Circle, it doesn't appear to be a tower that the phone is interacting, right?
Correct.
But let's just say if I turned off my phone and I went to Bronze Circle, it doesn't matter how many times someone calls me, it's never going to show up in the records, right?
Correct.
Because I controlled whether or not someone could see me through that tower information, right?
If you turn it off, there will be no record, yes.
Right, because the holder of the phone controls the information, right? In terms of tower data, right?
Well,
Put it another way. If I don't want any tower records of my movement, all I have to do is hit the power button and turn it off, right?
yes, you can turn it off, and then there would be no record on any record from the phone company.
So all of the information that we get to this is tied to whether or not the holder of the phone wants to keep his phone on or off, correct?
These is showing all the times that the phone is on,
So the
period.
answer to my question is what? It all depends on whether or not the holder of the phone wants to have his location data out there, right?
Well, it depends on whether the owner of the phone wants to have communications with the phone.
Correct. And if Mr. Tellis didn't want to have his communication out there, he could simply turn it off, and you wouldn't be able to see the movement of his phone as it interacts with towers because it can't, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, during this month of August, at least for this 2-week period, there's no tower interaction near Brown Circle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, similarly, we see this is the same logic, right? So you've got these pings, but it's dependent on the phone being on to communicate with those towers. Is that right?
Yes.
Moving on to slide 5. This is kind of a tower near Planet Fitness, correct? So this is on 8/5. So this is not the day of the murder, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know the date of the
It's
murder.
9/2, so it's not 9/2, correct?
Correct.
So we're looking at we're looking in that 2-week window in August, right?
Correct.
Okay. We're looking at 8/28. That's not on 9/2, is it?
Correct.
Let's move on. Let's talk about 9/2. So on 9.2 here, you are indicating that there are data sessions from 1:30 in the morning to 6:44, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's interacting at a cell site tower kind of nearby Spanish Steps, right?
Correct.
So this is not incoming or outgoing, is that right?
It's strictly data sessions.
Right, and I think you said, the phone acts passively, right?
It can be active or it can be passive.
And so like people go to sleep and your phone could still be communicating with a tower through a data session. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. 6 a.m. to 6:45 to 6:50. Again, these are all data sessions, right?
Correct.
So no outgoing messages or voice calls from this phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now we're looking at, this is a very big window of time. You've got 7:09 a.m. to 3:47, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like you're trying to parse out what things are, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just separating the pen register data from the voice, text, and data.
And just to be clear, one of the things I saw on an earlier slide that you don't have here is you don't denote on this slide which text, if the text messages are incoming or outgoing, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't denote if the voicemail message, the voice calls are incoming or outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to publish, you've read those pen registers. I'd like to publish Exhibit 345. Hold on. Let me bring this over. You're familiar with these records, correct?
Yes.
Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on a second. Well, just so we can see this, this is the subscriber records, right?
Correct. It
That's
is.
how we can see it's Mr. Tellis and it's over at Spanish Steps. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So I'm now publishing the pen register records. This is what they look like, correct?
Correct.
And essentially, when we look at category A, that's kind of plotting an event, right? Or like an entry point, right? Is that correct?
Column A, I believe it's just like a case number.
Okay, thank you. Column B is the number, right?
Correct.
And that's Mr. Tellis' number, is that right?
Yes.
Column D is the date, is that true?
Correct.
And call type is whether it's a voice or a text or if it's a data session, right?
Correct.
And direction is outgoing and ingoing, correct?
Correct.
Incoming. Sir, I just want to turn your attention to the end of these registers. And just so we're clear, when we were looking at your presentation before and you were mapping out the data sessions, the incoming, well, you didn't do incoming outcome, but you had text messages and voice, that was being pulled from these records that we see here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to get to, oh, there's a glare and I can't see the scroll button, sorry. Let me. Okay, so do you see this entry point here? For the record, it's 45556. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I think you're familiar with this. Isn't it true that this is for the morning of September 2nd, this is the last outgoing text for a while. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it's outgoing and it's at 8:48, right?
Correct, yes.
And we look at that other slide, when we look at, so when we're looking at, there it is, right? That's up at the top, right? The very first entry, that's an outgoing text message, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to these records. So when we start to look after 8:48, you're getting tons of outgoing data, which is kind of, as you testified to, a passive function of a phone, correct?
Can be, yes.
But then you start getting text messages, right? So here's one at 9:16, right?
Correct.
That's incoming though, right?
Correct.
There's another one at 9:16:03, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
9:16:04, an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
9:26, another incoming text, correct?
Correct.
And this phone is not responding. It's not sending an outgoing text yet. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
We have another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Correct.
Another incoming text at 9:44. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We have another one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, all within 9:44:53. Incoming text after incoming text, correct?
Yeah, just to clear up, when you have the same time frame, it typically is one large message that's broken down into smaller segments, so it's not necessarily multiple messages. Just so it's clear.
Understood. And so we see this bulk, there's one message coming at 9:44, but it's not responded to immediately, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then at 10:16, we have another text message, right?
Correct, incoming.
And then 1 second later, so the first one's at 10:16:29, the next one's at 10:16:30, another text message, right?
Again, they could be separate, it could be one long message broken down.
Okay, so we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all being recorded by this phone, right?
Correct.
And there's no immediate response back, right?
Correct.
Then we see at 10:35, nearly 15 minutes later, another text message comes in, or actually nearly 20 minutes later, another text message comes in, right?
Correct.
And there's no outgoing response. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Now at 10:43, there's 2 voice calls. Isn't that right?
Incoming, correct.
Incoming. So people are now calling the phone, right?
Yes.
It's followed up by an incoming text message, right?
Correct.
We then, now we're almost at 30 minutes later, we have 2 more phone calls coming in, correct?
Correct. Again, that, I believe, is one actual call. They're within a couple seconds.
Understood. Seems to be the same number, 2 seconds off, but nonetheless, someone is calling that phone 30 minutes after those last text messages, right?
That is correct, yes.
And yet, nothing is going out of that phone. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we just have tons of passive outgoing data activity, getting us to about 1:20. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And once again, at 1:20, more incoming calls. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Or it might just be one call, right? Because it's at the same time, same number. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right. And then we have just a minute and 15 seconds later, another incoming text, right?
Correct.
And then there's another incoming text 2 seconds later. Maybe it's from the same place. Who knows? But we've got another record of it. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then we have an incoming text from a completely different number. Isn't that true?
Correct.
We have got more. So 2 more coming from that number. Isn't that right?
Again, it could be one long message or multiple messages, all incoming.
Right. But the bottom line is people keep reaching out to this phone. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And we're not seeing a response going out from this phone, are we?
Correct.
Now we get to 1:22. There's another incoming text. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And it appears to be a series from this number.
Correct.
Right? There's 3 of them here. We get another incoming text message at 1:26 from a completely different number. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And yet the phone never sends an outgoing message, does it?
Not during this time, no.
Then we move on to 2:05. Finally, we have an outgoing text. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So from 8:48 in the morning to 2:05 p.m., on the day that Mr. Garman is murdered, no outgoing texts are being sent from Robert Tellis' phone. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And there is not a single outgoing phone call from Mr. Tellis' phone at that time. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Thank you. In reference to these messages, we'll keep this up. We don't know if it's actual people concerning this incoming data. It could be spam, correct?
It could be anything without looking at a cell phone extraction that has the copy of the messages or the message being saved through the phone company. It could be anything. We don't know.
Okay, so it would be speculating to say all these people are reaching out, trying to get a hold of this person during this period of time, and he's just not responding. Fair to say?
Again, all we know is that messages are coming into the phone. Some of these are multiple. It could be one longer message broken down. Who they're coming from without checking the numbers and see who that person is, I have no idea.
So again, and you had said multiple times during cross, this could just be a large message. It doesn't mean that multiple times a person's trying to submit or transfer information.
Yeah, text messages are SMS, short message service. They go in small increments, 160 characters. So on your phone, you can type a long letter. When you hit send for transmission purposes, that gets broken down into 160 characters segments and transmitted. So on the records, you see multiple messages, but it's actually one long message. So these can be one or they could be multiple.
Okay, so again, to make the characterization, these are multiple times during this time, it's not particularly accurate. It could be one long message, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And I moved this out of courtesy, but I'd like to address
Sure, again.
the last slide, please.
You want me to do
Yes,
that, Robert?
yes, thank you. Thank you. We could bring this up. Turn your attention to the 2022 media locations, and previously there was a number of questions carrying a longer span of time, 2009 to 2022.
Correct.
This was just to focus your attention on the year in question, fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Your conclusions are the same.
Yes, they are.
There's been no material difference whatsoever between your previous report and this report.
Correct. Just the previous one was a longer time frame with more clutter with data.
And obviously we were interested in an efficient presentation and a more focused presentation, fair to say?
Correct.
Your opinion has not changed whatsoever.
No, it's the same.
Your conclusions have not changed whatsoever.
No, they have not.
There have been several questions concerning this, and I submit to you, it's speculation, you'd be in a better space to sell, but where a person's turning off this media location data and trying to hide their movements. Remember that line of questions?
Yes.
There was questions they could turn their phone off and they could somehow thwart being found or discovered.
Correct.
Fair to say, like they're trying to hide their locations. In this slide, and it's slide 16, this was the last slide that we were addressing for the 2022 media locations. You see in the top left corner, there's the box.
Yes.
If you could explain to us the significance of that box that's in this report.
Yeah, it basically is just telling you that all of the media on the upper left box all occurred in January. So when we narrow it down to 1 year, it's easier to categorize how many locations are for each specific month. So those are all dated in January, and then after January, there are no media locations in that area.
Okay, so again, it appears consistent. It's not like this month of August, we have someone turning off their media locations on their phone. It appears that after January, we have February, March, April, May, June, all the way down, there's zero
Correct.
from that location.
Correct.
Same question concerning the bottom.
Again,
The
that's
bottom
just,
box.
yeah,
You-
there was
please
just,
explain.
there was just one media location found in September. The other months, there was no location found in that area on the phone.
Same question on the right, the middle box right here.
Again,
Middle of the
it's-
screen to the right. Again,
It's-
if you could please go through the months and explain the significance of that.
Yeah. Again, looking at the media location for the entire year, there was only one media that had location in March in that area. The other months, there was no location whatsoever on the phone.
Again, much to do about nothing. I mean, this shows that apparently the media location part of the cell phone was not being utilized.
Well, media location is when you actually take a photograph. Someone takes a photograph. The phone didn't have any other locations stored on it, such as Google locations or from apps or from any other source whatsoever. So the lack of location, there just wasn't any on the phone. And there are phones that don't store a whole lot of locations.
Okay, so obviously, fair to say that based upon your experience in this area, people change their cell phones. People purchase new ones.
Yes, and then each model and each make stores data differently. Some store more locations. It depends what apps you use on your phone. Some will store more locations, others don't. The accuracy of the location can vary tremendously. So there's a lot of issues to take into account.
If I were to tell you that there was evidence, and obviously you weren't called upon to give an opinion concerning that, concerning newspaper articles, concerns in May. Again, looking at this analysis of these three for the media locations, we don't see anything going on in May, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't see anything going on in June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
We do have down here at the lower location, a media location concerning September of 1.
Correct.
Fair to say that based upon your analysis of this phone, there's not a change. It's consistent basically month in to month out, perhaps except for January of 2022.
Yes, it is pretty consistent throughout the year that there's not a whole lot of locations stored on the phone.
And again, the change in the report isn't material. Doesn't concern your conclusions. It's just to make the presentation simpler.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any recross?
I do. There's Mark. One more thing. Thank you very much. Sir, you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, or redirect examination, you were asked a question about substantively what's going on with those text messages. And I think you said, oh, you might have to speculate. You'd really need to look into Celebrate and study the messages, correct?
If you want to get the content, whether it's one long message or multiple small messages, yes.
And just to be clear, you did look at the content of the text messages on this phone as part of your work, isn't that correct?
No, sir. That wasn't one of the items that was requested of me.
Okay. I'm showing opposing counsel, which is marked Exhibit 375. Thank you. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize what I'm about to hand you? This is State Proposed 375.
Yes.
Okay. Please take a look at both pages.
Yeah, this is a report that I wrote back on August 17th.
You wrote that. That's a fair and accurate depiction of your report?
It is.
Okay. And you prepared that in conjunction with producing the original PowerPoint presentation that I kind of had and showed you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for admission of State Proposed 375.
You could approach me.
Permission to publish. Can we queue over to the Elmo? Thank you so much. Publishing Exhibit 375. All right, sir. So we can see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So that's dated August 17th, correct?
Correct.
And you state in here that you were requested to analyze pen register records, correct?
Correct.
You also compared this IMSI to the IMSI shown on Mr. Tellis' Celebrite extraction, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of indicate that the phone was associated with, the number we've been talking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were provided a Celebrite download of Mr. Tellis' phone, isn't that right?
Correct, yes.
You just testified that you did not review the content of any text messages. You did just tell us that on cross-examination, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I want to show you now page 2. Sir, do you see these 3 entry points here?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that comes from Celebrite?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't that provide the content of the text messages?
Yes, and in this report, if you read it in its entirety, I'm just trying to confirm the time zone for the pen register, which is the whole reason for the report.
Sir, you said you didn't look at any text messages on the Celebrite download that had their content. You did testify to that just 2 minutes ago on cross-examination, recross, right?
Yes, I did not review the content of the message. I was looking at the date and time.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't study it, but you literally captured content, correct?
Yes,
And you put it in this email, correct?
in this report, yes.
Okay, and so just to be clear, you had the text messages, the content at your disposal, right, for the day of 9/2, isn't that right?
Yes,
Okay, so I know you say, well, I could be speculating, but the bottom line is, if you had wanted to, you could have just scrolled through and looked to see if it's spam or if it's substantive, isn't that right? You could have, right?
if that had been a request made of me, I would have done it. However, I do work with what I'm requested to do.
I understand that. At this time, we're going to approach the state's proposed 374. May I approach? So I want you to take a look at this for a second. I know that you didn't prepare this, but are you familiar roughly with what you're looking at here, like what this is?
Timeline, yes, from the Celebrite extraction. Yes, I'm familiar with those. I've seen them many times.
Okay, and I'm going to turn your attention to page 5, entries 12, 13, and 14. Based off of your cover letter that we just looked at, are you familiar with what you're looking at there?
Yeah, those are the 3 that I copied on my report.
Okay, does this appear to be a timeline extraction from Mr. Tellis's phone?
Correct, yes.
And this appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of data extracted from that phone from that day.
The report looks like a typical timeline report that I've seen. I'm assuming nothing was left out of it, so it appears to be a timeline report.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask that the state's proposed 374 be admitted.
Any objections?
We could approach, please.
Sure. No objection, it's admitted.
So, you know what? If I could, I'm going to remove this staple just to make it a little easier to read. Well, I'll just leave it. Well, may I approach for a second? So I want to show you page 2. This first entry point's kind of obscured, but they have categories here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, this appears to be the 4th entry. There's a 4, but the staple seems to be blocking the numbers. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. So, if we're looking at this here, this entry here is from, if you could tell us, what time in the morning is that coming from?
1:31, or excuse me, 1:21 and 31 seconds a.m.
And if you look at this category here in the third column, what is it denoting?
Incoming?
And if the second column is telling us what type of data this is?
Yes, it's
And then
email.
for this entry, what is it?
Email.
All right. So let's, whoop, did I just turn that off? Of course I broke the overhead. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. I'm turning to page 5. If you could, just, focus these pips. Not having much luck here. Okay. Looking at this entry at the top of the page, if you could tell me, what is the date and time there?
8:47 a.m.
Is this incoming or outgoing?
It looks like an incoming text message.
Okay, and it's categorized as an instant message, is that right?
Yes.
Who is the message from? I don't know if you can read it.
The phone number.
Actually, at this point, I would object. This has been admitted through a different witness. It was admitted absent objection. He was not called upon to read the contents of these. That was covered by law enforcement. So, again, this is out of the scope of the direct. It's been addressed by the state. And it's
I don't know why we're doing a speaking objection. If you'd like to approach, we can. So, at 8:47, who sends Mr. Tellis a text message?
It's from 702-672-8556, and the name on the contacts is Olivia Tellis.
Okay, so that's at 8:47, and the request is what?
The message, what
Yeah.
it says?
Yep.
Can I go to Croquet Club today? It ends around 4.
All right, I'd like to read the next entry. How quickly is there a response? What's the time of the response, sir?
8:48 and 6 seconds a.m.
So the owner of the phone responds, is that correct? Based on this entry. It's from who? Olivia Tellis or the owner?
From the owner of the phone to Olivia Tellis.
And what's the answer?
Okay, go ahead.
So within a minute, the owner of the phone responds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could read the next incoming instant message. Is this from Olivia again?
It's from Olivia at 8:48 and 19 seconds a.m.
Okay. And then there's a response, right? All right, thank you, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now we see there's another incoming email, is that right?
Correct.
At the top of this document, do we see another incoming email?
Correct.
I'm going to try to maybe zoom out just a little bit. to make it a little bit easier. Now we see entry number 17. This is a lot easier to see over here. Entry number 17. There is another incoming instant message, correct?
Correct.
We have, and it appears to be maybe like almost like a spam message or something like that, correct?
I haven't read it, so
Okay.
I can take the time to read it if you like.
It's okay. Looking at entry 18, it's another incoming message, is that correct?
Correct.
It's from Macy's, is that right?
So again, I haven't read these, so I can sit down and read them to answer
Okay.
your
And
questions.
again, Your Honor, I object to his reading the messages. I mean, he was not brought in for that purpose, it was the location.
Are you gonna read these individually?
No, I'm trying to just move it along. I mean, isn't it true it says Macy's on there? In the,
Again, sir, I haven't read them, so I don't know what it says.
sir, I
I can
understand,
take the
but
time to
the
read them
image
if
is
you
right in
like.
front. I understand that, but the image is right in front of you.
Okay, so would you like me to read it? I haven't
Sure.
read the message.
Go ahead.
Well, number 17, I don't see Macy's on there.
Sir, it's entry 18.
Oh, I think you were talking about 17.
No, it just says, it appears to be like a Macy's spam text, correct? Okay, you get
Yes.
25 to 6% off, right? Something like that. Additionally, entry number 19, there seems to be another incoming instant message, isn't that right?
Yes, they're actually just native messages, not instant messages.
Okay, and I was only basing that off of this column here saying instant message. What's the difference between native message and instant message?
Native messages are when you use your phone's native text message application. Instant messages typically are associated with iPhones, where one iPhone communicates with another iPhone, and the message goes through Apple. For Celebrite purposes, they bunch them all together under the category instant messages. But again, if you look at the source, it says native messages.
And to be clear, Mr. Tells' phone is a Google Pixel phone, isn't that right?
Correct.
All right. Moving on to page 7. There seems to be a text message incoming from a number. Can you please read out what that number is?
Okay, can you pull
Sure,
it down just
I
a little bit?
apologize, yeah.
Okay, it's another message incoming.
Okay. It indicates that it's a pending assignment, is that correct?
It says caseworker pending assignments. Again, I haven't read the message.
Moving here, there's another, the next one is what, an email that comes in?
An email, correct.
We have another incoming message from 855-712-0964, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming text message from 702-858-1693, is that right?
Correct.
There then is a second message from the exact same number, isn't that right?
I'm sorry, I'm seeing
Entry
one.
number 24 appears to be a second a second native message from 702-858-1693. Is that correct?
Well, they're dated the same time, so I believe it's the same message we're looking at.
Okay.
There's two images.
I'll put it this way, there's 2 entry points on this report, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then there appears to be a call, is that correct? An incoming call.
Correct. There's an incoming call.
And what is the significance of the 00000?
There was no duration on the call, so someone that called and
Not picked up.
not picked up.
Moving to page 9. Now we're at about 10:49 a.m. Apparently we have an incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
We have another incoming call, correct, at 11:16.
Yes.
Again, it has the 000, so that means that call wasn't answered, isn't that right?
Not answer correct.
We have another incoming email from Samsung, is that right?
Yes.
That's at 11:30 in the morning?
11:28.
11:28, I'm sorry. Moving on to page 9. Appears to be some type of calendar entry. Moving to entry number 30, there's another incoming email, is that correct?
Correct.
That appears to be coming from Peacock or NBC, would that be fair?
Yes.
Peacock TV, right, isn't that their subscriber, they're like the streaming service. There's a calendar appointment that pops up here, is that right?
Correct.
We have a user account, something regarding Clark County SharePoint, is that right?
Correct.
We have another incoming call coming in at 1:20:29, isn't that right?
Yes.
Is that phone call answered?
Not in the Celebrite report, no.
Okay. By 1:20, there's another call log at 1:21, is that right?
I can't see that far down.
Understood. Sorry.
Yes, there's the call at 1:21.
Okay. And there's an instant message that's incoming as well, is that right?
Correct.
And it's at 1:21:50, is that right?
Correct.
Turning page 11. We have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
As of 1:21:53, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
At 1:22:37, we have another incoming text message.
Correct.
At 1:26, we have another incoming text message, is that right?
Correct.
And then at 2:05, we have an outgoing text message, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the page.
Sorry about that. We have an outgoing text message at that point, right?
At 2:05, yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, that first text message comes in from that number, 702-325-2821 at 1:26, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And we don't get a response until 2:05 p.m., isn't that right?
Yes,
Responding
correct.
to that same number, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this witness.
I can have that.
Sure.
Mr. O'Gara, there have been a number of questions concerning the events of September 2nd, where the state had asked you that people who kept trying to reach out to Mr. Tellis and that there was no response, correct?
Correct.
Remember the testimony that you had given that these could have been automated? That
Correct.
could be data texts, things of that nature.
Correct.
That's pretty much confirmed what you had said, has it not?
Yes, a lot of those seem to be junk.
They're junk,
Yes.
automated junk, fair to say?
Yes.
So again, that he's trying to be reached out and he's not responding because he's supposedly, or the inference is he's doing something nefarious. How often do you respond to junk messages?
I don't. I just put them in the junk folder and delete.
So it's fair to say on the morning and early afternoon of September 2nd, he was receiving a lot of junk messages
It appears that way, yes.
and he wasn't responding to them, correct?
Correct.
So that's consistent with what your testimony has been.
Yes.
If I could have this brought up, it's currently on the laptop, it's the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint, please. And this will go back to the jury. Again, this just confirms there was a bunch of junk messages they were receiving on that morning.
Correct. You were asked to review the phone contents and the activity to determine a pattern of behavior. Fair to say? A pattern of locations where the phone is located at various times.
Correct. And the testimony and the data that you've been provided has been consistent with that request.
Correct.
There were a number of questions concerning the gym based upon your review of August at least. There was activity, the location activity, which is what you're testifying today concerning.
Yes.
It's consistent. There were visits to that gym.
Yes, the gym is definitely a location where the phone could have been.
And on September 2nd, 2022, about noon, there was the data that you reviewed was consistent with that phone being in the area.
Correct.
In reference to the media locations, again, we were asked concerning the media locations, the significance of that. There was these inferences that somehow he was turning off his phone to avoid detection. It appears that for the year of 2022, These media locations, concerning your analysis of the phone, were fairly consistent. I mean, we have
Yes.
a big month in January.
Yes, the media locations are consistent, and as far as the phone being on or off, we have a lot of different records that show activity on the phone through the pen register, the various T-Mobile mediation, data sessions, timing events. So when you have activity recorded with tower information, the phone is typically on. So you can have a gap in calls made. It doesn't mean the phone is turned off. That's a big assumption to make.
Okay, in fact, on the lower location, the middle location, we actually have a media location, data location on one in September, correct?
Correct.
The month that this crime is alleged to have occurred, fair to say?
Correct.
Whereas the other months, we don't have anything.
Correct.
And if we were to follow this line of reasoning that this was turned off to hide some activity, that would kind of contradict that idea, wouldn't it?
Yes. With that theory, it was off on the previous months when nothing was going on.
And again, concerning the contents of these messages that we have received, there is nothing that you have reviewed or you're aware of that the actions on this phone, this receipt of these automated messages was in any way inconsistent with other months. You weren't asked to review that, were you?
No, it was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One brief question based off that last.
Okay. So you remember how he asked you about, let's talk about that theory if the phone is turned off, would these text messages be inconsistent with that? And you had indicated yes, correct?
That is consistent with it being
It'd
off?
be inconsistent.
Inconsistent, correct.
Right. But it would be consistent if you just left your phone at home, right?
Yeah, again, all I testify is where the phone is. I'm not testifying as to who had the phone.
Right. Because if you left your phone on in your house, you could go wherever you needed to go, and no one would be able to track your movements through your phone, correct?
Correct.
And additionally, people could still be trying to reach out to you, right?
In theory, you could, yes.
Right, so you picture, messages from your daughter could still show up on your phone. Messages from your wife could still show up, or calls from your wife could still show up on the phone, right?
Correct.
But if you're not at home, you're not able to answer any of those messages, correct?
That would be correct.
And just to be clear, when we look at his phone from 8:48 to 2:05, there's nothing outgoing from Mr. Tellis' phone on the day that Mr. Garriman is murdered. Isn't that correct?
That is correct,
No
yes.
further questions.
Just in response, but the majority of those messages were automated.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Sure. You can approach. Received a question from a juror. It's been marked as Court's Exhibit number 18. Is there any methods of taking photos with the cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Sir, can you repeat that one more time?
Is there any methods of taking photos with a cell phone that would not show up on a media location map?
Yes. Yeah, there definitely is ways. If you turn the location services off on your cell phone, then you can take photographs and no location will be recorded. So the media locations are only active when your location services are turned on.
Any follow-up from the defense? The state?
Yeah, just very briefly. And you're familiar of the term the cloud, right?
Correct.
And you're also familiar with caches, correct?
Correct.
And so you could, for example, take a photograph, I don't know, I'm standing here, but you could take a picture using your camera. Maybe you could delete it, but it could go up into the cloud and it still may be captured, correct?
You can take a photograph and go up to the cloud, store it there, and you can delete it from your phone and still be stored on the cloud.
And it may not, when it's up in the cloud, it may not have, for example, location data. Would that be accurate?
It depends on which cloud service you're using. Some will strip location out of it, some leave it on there.
And sometimes if images get stored in a cache pathway, that also may not have the location information. Would that be fair?
Well, images in a cache file are temporary images. Those will never have location on them.
Okay. So it can be like you took a picture, maybe you could delete that picture, but it was cached, so it's stored away over there. So you're not going to have location information, but at some point that image was in that phone. Would that be fair?
I want to make sure we're talking the same language.
Sure.
When a phone takes an image, takes a photograph, you create one original image, and then you're going to find multiple smaller versions on either a cache file or in other directories of the phone, because the phone will utilize different size images. So only one is an original with latitude, longitude. The others are copies that typically don't have any metadata with regards to location.
Right. So if you found an image in a Cellebrite report, and it says the pathway comes from a cache, you would agree that that's not the original image. That's just a stored away, maybe smaller image that was produced by that phone at some point. Would that be correct?
Yeah, a cache file can be a smaller image of the phone, or it could be if you go on a website, it stores images from a website. So those are all going to cache files.
Good example like Google Maps, right? If you go to Google Maps, it might cache the images that you're looking at, maybe when you're in Street View. Would that be fair?
When you go on any online service,
that includes
it
Google
would create cache images. And again, those would not have any location information, would not have date that it was taken. They're just images. Again, if they're from a website, and they're just stored in the temporary cache files.
And a lot of times with those cached images, they may have in Cellebrite an indication that they're modified versus maybe an original image, it might say created. Would that be correct?
No,
Okay.
that created, modified, and accessed have nothing to do with when they were taken.
Okay.
Those dates are only when they're written to the internal memory or when they're looked at in the internal memory. The date that a photograph is taken is stored in the metadata as a date captured.
Okay, so the key is look to see that pathway. If it's cached, you're probably not going to have location services. Is that correct?
On a cache file, you will not.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, Jim. Turning your attention to what's on the screen concerning this media locations app. Again, the questions concerning whether it was on or off. We're making assumptions. Are you able to give any opinion as to whether that was on or off, or there just wasn't use of the media locations aspect of this phone?
No, all we can tell from this is that in January, September, and March, there were images that had locations. Again, the other months, there's none to speculate that it was location services turned off or something else. It's speculation.
It's nothing more, speculation, and there's no indication of any intent based upon the review of the user or the owner based upon your review of this information before you.
No, not based on just this records alone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Mr. Hamner, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here
Thank you.
today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. At this time, we're going to recess for lunch. During this recess, you are admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. And we'll start again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise to make me heard. Jurors?
Spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Nicole Lofton, Nichole. Lofton is Lofton.
Thank you. Ms. Lofton, do you know Robert Tullis?
I do.
You see him seated here in council table?
I do.
Is he the gentleman with the fine hair or the bald gentleman?
The bald gentleman.
How long have you known him?
since 2021.
2021? Did you work at the public administrator's office?
I did.
When did you begin work there?
May of 21.
He hired you.
He did.
When you began your employee at the public administrator's office, how many employees were there?
I think our group may have been 9.
And what was the environment like when you began?
Well, I'll just start with Rob, and it was very inviting. He was gave me a day one tour of the office, kind of a lay of what we'd be doing, and a little bit about how the office was ran. Introduced me to the staff, which included the lead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. That included the lead, which was the, I forget what the title was, but she was basically the primary not investigator, but the primary, I'm so sorry. She was the person kind of over our group. And then there was the assistant public administrator and investigators, kind of a woman that ran the shop, so to speak. And then there was another couple of people across the street that warehouse people. So over the first couple of days, that's kind of how he introduced me to the department.
And what was the general location of the public administrator's office?
It's across the street from Valley and UMC Hospital. I forget the address, I'm sorry.
Okay, then you're not being asked to recall that. What was your position at the public administrator's office?
Probate administrator.
And what did your duties include to be the probate administrator?
So I was responsible for what I would call my book of work assigned by Rob, and it involved receiving cases of decedents, people who passed away in the county, and basically handling their estates. Most of our decedents' families were either not reached immediately or didn't have the capacity to handle a probate themselves.
Okay.
So we had small estate probates that would kind of entail a nominal bank account, a couple of $1,000s, and no real property. And then we had some of the larger cases that involved real property and businesses and other assets that needed to be dissolved.
Did you work at the office full-time?
I did.
Did there come a point in time where there was news of articles, talk of articles coming out that were authored by Jeff German?
Probably about a year into my tenure there.
Okay. Would that have been about May 2022?
Approximately.
After the first of these series, and are you aware that there were 4 articles?
I am.
After these articles began to be published or to be known in the office, did you observe any expression of anger from Mr. Tellis?
No.
Was it fair to say that it was business as usual from the time that you started up until and through that time?
As far as business is concerned, absolutely.
Okay, and then you're getting to my next question. Did there appear to be a divide upon in the office once you started working there?
Yes.
And what was this divide? You said immediately. Please continue.
Correct. So I don't know at what point I brought it to Rob's attention, but I definitely felt a lot of tension in the office and kind of on my own, other than the training that I was receiving from Rob, some coaching or just kind words from one of the other administrators. But the majority of the staff was upset that it seemed as if they were upset that I was there. And I had to go back as in discussions with my husband and recall, like, we were coming out of COVID, and I started thinking, I was like, did I interview, not in person? I knew that part of it. But I said, wasn't I on camera on Zoom? And because I remember there was some technical difficulties. So I don't remember whether or not the cameras were completely working. I do remember having seen the majority of the people on the panel, but I don't really know that they saw me. And so I kind of immediately within the first month felt like now I'm here and they see me, a little bit taken back by whom he had hired.
Okay, when you say whom, you're talking about Robert Tellis.
Yes.
Did there ever come a point in time where you were told basically you had to choose sides?
Yes. Pretty early on, one of the administrators, Alicia,
Alicia,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. I mean,
her identity? I mean,
you're just gonna ask her who it was?
yes.
Okay, you can ask her.
Was it Alicia Goodwin?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And not, without getting into what she said, but basically this idea you felt like you had to take sides.
Yes.
And the sides would either be on the side of Alicia Goodwin and others or Robert Tellis.
Correct.
Did that cause stress to you?
It did.
How did it impact you?
I just felt uncomfortable choosing between, I had been a supervisor before, so I felt uncomfortable choosing the staff members over my supervisor. I didn't have enough information to make a decision on one side or the other. I just wanted to do the work.
Understood.
And it just became increasingly harder to do the work because I refused to choose.
And did it appear that your desire to do the work matched that of Robert Tellis's desires?
Yes,
Just to do the work.
correct.
Now, in order to avoid hearsay or to draw objections, in reference to this pick sides, we had Mr. Tellis on one side, we had Miss Goodwin on the other. Who else was on this other side?
Rita Reed, Noreen, and I apologize, I don't want to butcher her last name. Jessica, at some point, joined that side. She wasn't there initially. Initially, she was kind of helpful when I would have property come into the warehouse. One person who was day one was, I think her name was Janine, or Janie, sorry. And she was the office admin, but she was day one nasty.
And was it after your understanding that there was a desire that you should pick sides, did these articles then that were authored by Jeff German follow this?
Months later.
Months later. And you would testify that after these articles came out, you didn't see Mr. Tellis angry.
I did not.
You didn't see him throwing things, slamming things as a result of these articles, or anything else for that matter.
I did not.
Did he ever act hostile towards yourself or any other people?
No.
As part of your duties, did you ever go with Mr. Tellis to estates that were being overseen by the Public Administrator's Office?
I did.
And if you could please describe for us what this entailed. What did you do with him?
So most of the time, it would involve real property. And so we would meet with the brokers assigned to, that had been charged with selling the property, or someone who was going to do a soft or even harder than a soft renovation. So we would meet at the property most of the time because I didn't have access to a county car. We would ride together, and then we would get out and we'd kind of walk through the property. We've already seen photos and such, so it wasn't long visits. It was just pretty quick. Mr. Tellis, or Rob, as I called him, was pretty familiar with what he wanted, what would generally be accepted by families as far as the level of work that would be done. And sometimes they wouldn't be in a condition where you could stay in there very long. Some of the real property had decedents, unfortunately, who passed away in the homes. So it wasn't something that you would feel comfortable staying long periods of time in.
So what you're saying is some of these properties were in a fair amount of disrepair. They weren't kept.
Either that is correct, or just the smell. Sometimes you
The
have the
smell.
smell from, decaying human waste.
Human waste.
Yeah.
So that, if I understand your testimony, these homes or these structures would be unoccupied with homeless people coming into them, things like that?
No, not so much that they had been squatted on. Just someone, it's a pretty common phenomenon for someone elderly to pass away in a recliner.
Now I
So
understand.
we
Okay.
come in, even though the person is gone, that recliner with human waste on it is still there. The smell from it or the stench from it is still in the home on these initial visits.
Now, these homes, generally the person that would pass, they didn't have a will, they died, I think the legal term is intestate,
Correct.
and there was a desire by yourself to prepare these homes and to move them so the heirs could receive monies from the passing of a loved one.
That was the absolute intent.
And did you share this absolute intent with Robert Tellis?
I did. I learned it from him.
About how many of these home sites did you walk with Rob Tellis?
I would say at the time that I left, I had had done maybe 30 to 40 cases, and I would say about half of those had real property attached to them.
Okay, so a substantial number
Correct.
over at least about a 1 year period or more.
Year and a half.
Were you familiar with his gait? The way he walked?
Pretty much.
If I could turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 338. May I publish this? I didn't break it.
Your Honor, may I have the I can have some.
Not. It's not doing it. Not sure why.
I wanted to show you just a video clip, and we're trying to get it up on the overhead screen.
Guys, just, so pull that up and then hold it and slide it to the right. It's pretending as if the monitor to your right is connected to your computer.
Hey, give me 1 second.
It is actually.
So then how,
So kind of on the.
You're
top
welcome
of
to.
it.
yeah, I've never,
No, I could have a. So let's do it this way. Magic. You're welcome. Hold on. I just here. If you can. There you go.
Thank you very much.
So you're gonna use that screen, Bob? No. So you'll have to use the mouse pad over there and move your first. You'll have to watch that screen. It's like they're connected.
Here we go. All right. You've seen this clip, I'm assuming?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to play this for you. You testified that you're familiar with Rob Tellis's gait, the way he walks.
Yes.
Are you able to say that that's him?
I am not.
You don't look at that gate and go, that's Robert Tellis.
I haven't. I've looked at it before and I did not come to that conclusion.
Like I said, we're not going to get the substance of conversations, but did you know a gentleman by the name of Zach Schilling?
I did.
Who was he and what did he do?
He was a real estate agent. I'm not sure if he's an actual broker, but a real estate agent on a few of my cases.
Okay. Was there, fair to say, a falling out between him and Mr. Tellis?
I would say between him and myself, which I brought to Mr. Tellis's attention. I wasn't aware that it went further than, or if he had anything separate from me, but for sure, I brought some concerns to Mr. Tellis's attention.
And was that concerning the way in which he treated the property?
Personal property, yes.
Not, did you?
And some of the conversations he called me about and had.
Okay. And as a result of, let me ask you this, do you feel like he misused property or misappropriated property?
I feel like something went missing and he never gave an explanation for it.
And then you brought that to Mr. Tellis's attention?
I did.
And is it fair to say then that Mr. Schilling basically didn't have any more listings or he wasn't involved anymore concerning the moving of these estates to get the monies to the heirs?
I would say with, as far as the, at some point, the office kind of broke off from supervision, so I wasn't privy to what the other person's caseloads were, so I don't know if they were continuing to use him, but I know that people, I want to say, on our side, were not using him any longer.
And when you say your
And
side...
I hadn't seen him in the office, which is not common. If you're working on cases, you see the brokers quite often.
So after this issue that you had with him concerning the disposal of decedent's property, and after bringing this to the attention of Mr. Tellis, your side of the office wasn't using him anymore?
Correct.
And your side of the office, meaning you, Mr. Tellis, and others, fair to say?
Fair.
And those on the other side of the office, who would those people to be? Are they the same ones that you had stated?
Yes.
They were using him.
I don't know. I
don't
wasn't
know.
privy to their cases.
Following these articles that were authored by Mr. Gehrman, did you ever witness any retaliation on the part of Mr. Tellis to anyone in the office?
No.
And is that from, and that would have been, the time of these articles was May of 2022 until Mr. Tellis no longer being there. Was it consistent, no retaliation?
Yeah, and in fact, it was quite the opposite. I was asking for things, and I'm sorry, I'm a tear up.
Understood.
I was asking for things, and because of these articles and the treatment or what he expected to get as a result of these articles, how he was expected to be treated, he kept asking me to just wait. And having been new to the county, I wasn't familiar with the process. I was asking people, and I wasn't getting a lot of answers as to how to handle the bullying. So it was quite the opposite. It wasn't that he was doing something to them, it was that it was being done to me, and he was saying, just wait. We're gonna get to a point where we can address these issues, and we never got to that point.
Who was bullying you?
Objection, relevance?
Effect on the other side. All right. Mr. Tellis ultimately lost in the primaries.
Yes,
That would have been in June of 2022.
correct.
Following his losing in the primaries, did you see him act out in anger?
No,
Did you see him become hostile with anybody in the office?
no, I saw him less frequently, but on a schedule. We would put together our work and we would communicate with him, and I knew what days he would be in signing things. And again, it continued in that pattern where I had to wait for signatures. I would get denied signatures. Things that needed a certain dollar amount needed dual signatures. Things would go missing.
And whose signatures were being denied from you?
Rita Reed.
So after Robert Tellis loses the primary, was it your observations that it was business as usual? He was just trying to process these estates to help those who had suffered the loss of a loved one?
Everything was the same. He was the same demeanor in handling things. I feel like he might have even went an extra step to involve people in the investigative part of our job, where we had to send people out. Again, that was a little bit of my frustration, because I felt like, hey, you're the public administrator, just make a decision. But he continued to try to involve Rita in things, even though the minute he stepped out of the office, the help that I was due stopped.
And that then was to the detriment of the heirs?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So I want to make sure I got my math right. My understanding is that you knew Mr. Tellis for about a year and a half before he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time period, was all of your contact with him in the workplace?
With the exception of maybe like one or two, maybe one thing outside of the office, and it was just a Easter egg roll
Okay.
that I brought my children to.
And so when you were in the workplace, was it a situation where you worked with him every day, or some days more than others? Can you give me some
So
sense?
every day.
Okay.
We had cases to review. I had questions. I was still actively in training.
Okay.
And actively having to ask questions. And he had checklists for every phase of our work.
Sure.
And so when I got to finish one set of checklists, I would have to have that part of my cases reviewed. So
Okay.
every single day.
And you were a probate administrator?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever work with Roberta Lee Kennett?
I did.
Okay. Did you guys have the same job, or did you?
Yes, we did.
Kind of a
I
complementary?
started off as a 1, and then I moved up to a 2 after probation.
Okay, and we've heard some description from her that you maybe would be responsible for one house, and then maybe she, because she had the same job, would be responsible for a different house?
Well, it wasn't by house, it was just by
By
the
estate.
decedents.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's a better way to put it. But how many of probate administrators were there?
If you count the lead, 4.
4? Okay, and so I
And then
was,
5, we added
Okay.
someone later.
so I assume then Mr. Tellis would be working with, as the public administrator, sometimes he would be working with any one of the 4 or 5 of you on the various projects that associated with those estates?
Correct.
Okay, and when he was working on one project, I assume then you were doing other stuff on your own,
Yes,
on
there's
your own project?
lots of tasks to do outside of,
Okay. Now, you said that you started in 2021, is that right?
I believe so.
Do you remember what month that was?
May,
May? Okay, so it's about a year in when those stories start coming out about Mr. Tellis?
that sounds accurate.
Okay. And did you, I think you said on direct examination, you recalled that there was a series of them, like 4?
Yes,
And you said that you didn't observe Mr. Tellis to be upset about the stories?
no, in fact, the first story, he asked me to participate in,
Okay.
and I met with
Yeah.
Mr. Garriman.
Yeah, Mr. Gehrman actually came to the office before that first story, and Mr. Tellis sat for an interview, right?
Correct, we all did.
Yeah. And then it was after that that the first story came out?
Yes,
Okay. And then that very first story alleged an inappropriate relationship. It alleged bullying and kind of mismanagement in the office. Do you recall that?
I just recall the things that were related to me. I'm not sure if Article 1, 2, 3, or 4 alleged
Okay.
any relationship things. I just remember the part relating to me.
I mean, do you remember like that generally the allegations were kind of unflattering to Mr. Tellis?
The first article, no. I don't recall it being unflattering to him.
Do you remember if one of the articles had sort of a video attached to it in an electronic version?
I don't remember if it was attached to which article, but
Okay.
yes,
Oh,
I do
okay.
remember that video. Thank
Okay,
you.
and it's your testimony that he never expressed any anger or upset or disappointment about that article?
With me, no.
And I guess, yeah, that kind of gets to my question. That's kind of your relationship with him, right? He didn't express that to you. You wouldn't be aware of what he might have expressed to the reporter directly, for instance, right?
No.
And you wouldn't be aware of what he maybe put on social media about that reporter, correct?
No.
So like if he was posting negative things about that reporter after he wrote the stories on Twitter, maybe you didn't observe that.
No, I wasn't following him on social media.
Okay. So it could be that he was posting things that demonstrated upset with the articles, and it's just you're not on Twitter, so maybe you wouldn't have seen it.
I'm on Twitter, I'm just not following Mr. Tellis.
Okay, fair enough. Now, it sounds like there was a pretty stressful environment in the public administrator's office around that time period. Is that fair with these
Prior
two?
to the articles.
Okay, prior to and then including the time of the articles, right?
Yes.
And then there was a point in time when the county made the decision to actually bring in a different manager to kind of help with managing the public administrator's office, right?
That wasn't the way that Jeff Wells related to us.
At some point, Mike Murphy comes into the office, right?
Yes.
And that was in part based on the factionalization in the office?
The way it was presented to us was that he was going to help us kind of organize the office and kind of get back to work.
As opposed to doing what? Like when you say get back to work?
As opposed to focusing on those of us that were being bullied, those of us that were crying at the copier because
Yeah.
someone was saying things to us.
So he's kind of brought in Mike Murphy to kind of calm things down, get rid of the drama, and get back to work.
Yes.
Okay. And that was done while Mr. Tellis was actually in charge of the public administrator's office, right?
Yeah, so very early on, that was it, and then they didn't like that, and then they split the office up even further.
Now, are you familiar with all the vehicles that Mr. Tellis owned?
The vehicle he owned was a brown BMW.
Did you ever know him to drive a maroon Yukon?
That's the only vehicle I'm familiar with, is the brown BMW.
Is the BMW, so you never saw the Tesla either?
No.
Okay. And so the BMW would be the one he primarily, it sounds like, drove to work?
Correct.
Okay. When you, Mr. Droskovich showed you this video, that was a Metro release, and you said that you're pretty much familiar with it, and then you don't recognize this gate as being unique to Mr. Tellis. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I assume you don't have any personal knowledge as to who is actually in this video.
I do not.
Okay. And you don't know any of the, from personal knowledge, you don't have any personal knowledge of who was walking down Mr. Garman's street on September the 2nd, correct?
I do not.
Okay. And you probably you haven't seen all the video evidence associated with this case or the vehicles. Okay. Mr. Droskovich asked you about Mr. Tellis's dealings with Zach Skilling. Do you recall that on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a point in time when there was a conflict with him, and then he wasn't used thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
When was that conflict?
The dates?
Well, I mean, can you just give me a rough time? Like, was it,
About halfway into my tenure. I only had maybe one or two cases with him.
Okay.
And the reason why I specifically remember this one is because of the decedent was a Jet Beauty. It's a African American
Yeah.
magazine. I grew up
Sure.
watching that,
Sure.
looking at that magazine, and so I was kind of in awe when I went to walk her home prior to putting it on the market, and seeing all of the African American artifacts and various
Sure.
memorabilia.
So was this, when you say it's about halfway through your tenure or your time there?
So maybe fall.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
early
think, like fall, November,
fall,
December of
somewhere around there.
21.
That's a
though.
guess.
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that there were no other dealings with Mr. Tellis and Mr. Skilling after that?
I don't think that was my testimony.
Oh, okay. So explain that to me.
I said that I did not believe that our side of the office was using him after I had this concern about the missing personal property.
Okay. Could there have been other, could he have been used on other cases, and you just maybe weren't aware of them because they weren't the ones that you were personally, it doesn't sound like it, it sounds like you had a unique caseload that was just yours?
Right.
So he could have done a whole bunch of other houses or other decedents, as you say, but you didn't work with him after that.
I think the one thing that needs to be kind of clarified is that he did
Well,
have
sorry,
a partner.
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Okay.
You just have to answer the question.
Ask it again, please. I'm sorry.
So it sounds like you had your own caseload, correct?
I did.
Okay. It could be that he was working with other estate coordinators and you might not have been aware of it. Is that?
Highly unlikely.
Okay, so you believe he didn't do any, didn't work on any projects into 2022?
What I believe is that he was not getting new books of work.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis left the primary, you said that he started limiting his time in the office,
That's correct.
and it was Rita Reed who won the primary, correct?
Yes.
And then, once she won the primary, did she institute any changes in the office while, Mr. Tellis was sort of a lame duck public administrator?
No.
It was all still his,
Because she won the primary, she hadn't won the election.
right. So she kind of followed his rules until, I guess, she became the public administrator?
I wouldn't say so, because I don't think he had a rule that it was okay to continue bullying staff members, so I don't think she.
Well, I guess what my question
You're
is,
talking
whatever.
about with respect to the work, was she still following his rules?
Yeah, sure.
She was still running the investigative team,
Okay.
the investigators.
And then sometime after that, she actually becomes the public administrator, right?
I was gone by the time she became the.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any direct?
Briefly, in reference to Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy came in while Mr. Tellis was still in charge.
Correct.
Did Mr. Tellis welcome him?
He did. He, in fact, offered that as one of the solutions to some of the problems I was having with Alicia and Rita and Janie, and saying that they were here and that they were going to make sure that things got back to the business at hand.
So the office would then run efficiently?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. Mr. Droskowitz, do we?
Yes, Terrence Jameson.
If you'll please step up and take the stand. No, that's fine. Just remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Terrence, Terrrence. Last name, Jamison, Jamison.
Thank you, Mr. Jamison. How are you employed?
How am I employed?
Yes.
I'm employed by Planet Fitness as a general manager.
Okay, are you over a particular store?
Yes, the club that I run is off West Charleston Boulevard.
Okay. Is it one that's off of basically West Charleston and, is it Fort Apache?
Yes, sir, that's across from.
Next to a Whole Foods? Did you receive a subpoena?
Oh, yes,
Did you receive a subpoena in reference to documents or records that may be at your store?
that is correct.
I may approach the witness. I'm showing you what's been marked. Is it T2? T2. If you could please review this document.
All done.
Okay, you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This document is a report from DataTrack, our operating service for Planet Fitness, and this is the remote check-ins from September 1st, 2022 to September 3rd, 2022.
Okay, when you say remote check-in, please explain to us what this is, what that means.
So a remote check-in is anybody that is not based out of the specific location out of West Charleston signing in to the club. And so the reason why it's a remote check-in is because it is not the club that they originally signed up at.
Okay, what is the, and I'm going to direct your attention to more specifics within this document, but just trying to make a clear record concerning what this document is. This is a remote check-in, and this basically is when people go in, I'm assuming they have a fob or some other, maybe a gym card. They go in to sign to go in to work out at the gym. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And this document captures their signing in.
Yes, this document gets the time of what they checked in, their first and last name, their barcode, and membership type, along with if they're allowed to enter.
Okay. When a person, and you would agree with me that this is a business document?
Yes.
And this is a business document that's kept in the ordinary course of business,
That is correct.
following the rules and procedures that govern the keeping of these documents for Planet Fitness.
That is also correct.
Now, you had said it was a remote check-in. Now, if a person, let's say, goes and signs in for a membership, let's say in the Decatur location or something with that, that would be the primary place where they filled out the paperwork. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But when you say a remote check-in, let's say a person buys a membership at Planet Fitness, let's say years before, but then lives near the Charleston site where you work. When they go in, they sign in, it shows as being a remote check-in, but it doesn't mean they're checking in remotely. It just means that they're just going to a different location from where they originally opened up their membership.
That could be, yeah, essentially, depending if, the person moved from a different location where they originally signed up. For example, if someone was from, Wyoming and they recently moved to Las Vegas and they didn't transfer their membership, it would still show up as a remote check-in.
Understood. But in reviewing this document, which you've testified is kept in the ordinary course of business, this signifies that the names that are on this paper checked in at the club on between September 1st, 2022 and September 3rd, 2022.
That is correct.
I move for admission of Defense Exhibit T2.
No objection.
Do you have this document in front of you? If you could
Yes,
flip
I do.
through it with me. Page 1, we have a list of names, and it shows the check-in times of those that checked in basically worked out at your location. Fair to say?
That is correct.
Page 2, same question.
That is also correct.
Page 3,
That is also correct.
and page 4.
That is also correct.
You know, if you look at the bottom, and I won't, no need to say that person's name, it's not part of this case, but that person, it appears, was denied entry. You have to say yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So would we presume, and based upon your knowledge, this person tried to get in and work out, but they were not able to do so?
Yes.
And there's a couple others, same question, that were denied.
And that is also correct for them.
You could flip to page 9. It would be September 2nd, 2022, at 12:09 p.m.
Yes, I see it.
Who checked in?
Can I get the time again, sir?
Yes, 12:09 p.m.
That is going to be Robert R. Tellis.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Examination.
Mr. Jameson, maybe you can help me out. What page did you just look on?
I was on page 9 of 30.
Thank you. I'm going to put defense exhibit. What number is it?
What is it,
The-
the Planet Fitness?
Uh-huh.
That's T2.
Oh, thank you, T2. Sir, can you see that on the, well, you have a copy, I know, but can you see it on the screen in front of you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're reading this record as, see my finger here, it says 9/2 at 12:09 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And then it has the name of Mr. Tellis and then the barcode associated with his membership, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I think you said this on direct examination, but your location is Charleston and Rampart?
Charleston and the crossroad is Fort Apache.
Fort Apache, sorry. And there's a Whole Foods, Barnes and Noble in there, and
That is correct.
when people, I think you said, do a remote check-in, it means that their primary Planet Fitness is not the one they're going to at that particular day?
Correction, it's going to be not their home club where they originally signed up
Oh,
at.
were they, okay. But if they happen to work out there a lot, that would be okay as long as they're still a member of Planet Fitness?
Yes, if they're a Black Card member, they have access to any location.
Okay. And so when you like come into Planet Fitness and this kind of record is produced, is it a card that you use to check in, or when it's the remote check-in, or any kind of check-in, I guess?
So for check-ins, we have multiple ways of checking in. One would be through our Planet Fitness app. The second would be a key tag. And if the barcode is a phone number, they would be able to just give a phone number to check in.
Okay. And so you mentioned an app. I would assume you mean an app on your phone?
Yes, the Planet Fitness application that you would find on Google Play Store or App Store.
Okay. So that's a way that you can remotely check in from your phone?
Yes, it would access a QR code that is basically your barcode for you to check in that pulls up your information.
And then that QR code, that's like one of those squares that we see, they would have to show that to you or one of the people you supervise as they come in the gym?
Yes, ma'am. They would scan in at the front desk.
Okay. And that's one way you can get in is if you have that app on your phone, that QR code will tell yourself or your employees that they're allowed to come in and work out.
Yes.
And then another way, I think you said, is if there's, like, they have an actual Planet Fitness card?
Yes. It was discontinued a while back, but we did have little key tags that you're able to attach to a keychain
Okay.
to check in.
And those two ways, do they show up the same way on this record?
Yes, but also there could be a discrepancy from the barcode. If you look at the document, specifically on page 9, you see that there is some with that look like a phone number and some that are just a long series of digits.
Okay.
Most likely, we would assume that everybody has the app, but there could be a couple of members that do have a barcode still
Okay.
and never originally changed it.
Okay, and you actually got to my next question. I would assume in 2022, most people are doing this with their phone on the app because that's easier to do?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Just so we're clear though, based upon your review of these documents, you're unable to say how Mr. Tellis checked in, but that he checked in.
Yes.
And you have to appear in person physically and scan it or be viewed, inspected basically before you go in.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anyone cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you
We
very
have one
much.
from the jurors.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just stand by.
Okay.
You can crack. Okay, I have a question from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 19. Does your location have cameras that cover the check-in area? And if so, has that footage been requested by authorities?
We do have cameras at the front desk where you're able to see. To my knowledge, I know that we have, so much space that where we can go back in time to review footage. And since we're talking 2022, we do not have that footage.
Okay, thank you. Is there any follow-up, Mr. Draskevich?
Are you aware of a request that was made by the defense in this case to get that footage?
Yes.
And it was not available?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Whittley?
Sir, when was that request made?
I do not remember the day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena, and thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess, probably about a 5-minute recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much, and we're in recess.
Thank you. All rise for the adjourned.
Okay, the record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. Mr. Draskevich.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've conferred with Rob Baer, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
Okay, that is fine. Anything else before we bring the jury panel in?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tellis can take the stand.
Behind, please.
Move your panel. All right, we'll swear. I'll just swear in front of the panel.
May I get a copy of the paper so I can look at it on, I don't know,
He wants
did you guys?
all the
can I have a
exhibits?
copy of that? Or,
This is our copy. Have only-
never mind.
State have.
As far as
Does he have-
the exhibits go, I mean, if he needs to use the exhibits that we've admitted by stipulation, I don't have an objection to him using those exhibits. It seems like he may have notes though in front of him. Well, if he's using those notes, we're gonna need it.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Tullis, are you intending on referring to your notes in the course of your testimony?
Yes, I am.
Then I'm gonna need a copy of those.
I'm providing the state a copy.
Oh, well, Mr.
Tell us
Draskovich was
notes.
ready.
Does Mr. Draskovich have a copy of the defendant's exhibit list with him that I provided earlier? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I
And
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Tellis, you have a copy of the exhibit list?
I've written those exhibit numbers next to my,
Perfect.
so I'm good on that end, I think, as long as I can read my writing.
When he's ready for them, I will pull them.
And Your Honor, in order for this to proceed smoothly, when he refers to it, when Mr. Tullis refers to an exhibit, shall either myself or
All
even...
lines very, very clear.
Here, Haley told me that she will make sure the record's clear.
Thank you. Will please be seated.
Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Mr. Draskovich?
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll stipulate?
We'll stipulate.
All right, and Mr. Draskovich, you're gonna call Mr.
Your Honor,
Tellis?
the defense calls Mr. Robert Tullis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Deas. The first name is R-O-B-E-R-T. The last name is T-E-L-L-E-S.
Mr. Tullis, the state is going to allow you, or the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and you know what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen Mr. Taylor's wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative. And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, you know, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. I think that's, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So, out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store, and building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? So that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, all the things, like all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day, and I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School of Law, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online, we started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson, I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court and, saw that I was, kind of a new face. And so he started giving me a couple of cases here and there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him, at least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. And we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks. Right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys or one of these firms was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that his client had been doing these things for so much time, and that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents. And they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if I could share X2.
I don't have the names as it's coded with the exhibit numbers.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Maybe just approach on this.
Okay, good day.
Is it admitted or? So then,
But I assume you're gonna lay some foundation.
yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? You know, somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
And X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
I'll stand by my prior argument.
Okay. It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, you know, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but, you know, obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million, right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but you know, all of them are. There's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one. Is, you know, for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. So. And again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so this floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, you know, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me, too, is that the prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it, throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, oh, you know, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, you know, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, you know, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? You know, I mean, not that I was saying, like, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backwards just a bit, this, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's, you know, rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, you know, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that, you know, there are real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families. So, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And you know, there were folks in the legislature that agreed, and so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, you know, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, you know, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, you know, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. You know, we would say, okay, you know what, great, you know, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but, you know, we don't want to, you know, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or, you know, we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something we just say, well, you know what, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? So, but when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved, right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great, more power to you. But so the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And we had meetings, he and I said, you know what, this is not okay. I'm not gonna. I can't agree to that. No, So, despite their complaints over and over again to county, my assistant county manager said, you know what, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. Sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate, and elections were around the corner, so we started talking about what ideas do you have, that type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation, and so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime, or what. But I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jaffe said, "Oh, this is about mailings." No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. He's got these guys who are again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%. He's like, well, okay. And I asked him, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that. But I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett. and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials, and I actually included a letter to him with that. A letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. There's a letter to Detective Jappy.
Mr. Hanley, do you want to approach? J1 has been admitted.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it, and in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in, because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office, because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. I'll look through the window, see if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. But so about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what, I learned from Detective Jappy that they discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas More, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates, any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he was claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these stings and then we're going to do title research, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Recep Abdul situation, and I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position, and also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, I'd like to, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, oh, you know what? Sure, I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So,
I mean, it's
And so-
admitted. That's just not the document you want.
That's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who is the subject of an article that says certain things about you, I mean, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But, so the articles come out and all that, and Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report, she didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. It was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know. It was unfortunate, but I continued the fight against Compass Realty, and I think that that's something that they didn't expect, right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do, right? I didn't, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore, but I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, as I had mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, she was concerned, and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition, and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
May we approach on this one?
Sure. The district attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I would certainly, I'd like to have the jury see that video. I guess I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Rajab Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is, and this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Rajab Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Alamo, or is that?
This right now has been admitted.
Okay, is it possible to put it?
M1 is
Can we
admitted.
put it on the Alamo?
Court's permission upon court's permission after he explains it, I went and put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. You know, if they have a house, they put that, you know, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they've appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskovich, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you know, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir, please, thank you. Yes, sir.
Just why don't you flip it over?
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... Yes, sir.
Is that? Everybody see that? Okay.
This is supposed to be the state of the home when on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they got for their inventory shows that it shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when we review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, yeah, well, I guess, you know, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this is apparently what they're claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by the, well, and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, you know, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again, that should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft. Right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. So I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, excuse me, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, excuse me, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2? This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
I'll approach you with this.
It's been admitted, B2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is a, hello gentlemen, I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She also said, and again, I'm sorry that, you know, this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well. You know, but and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence, and I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jappy had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jappy had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I had raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, or at least the one appraisal, Detective Jappy didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right, he said, "Oh, well, this is just."
Objection, this states the testimony.
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised according to Detective Jappy was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was.
His opinion is improper.
So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jappy said to you what this was about, because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion. Okay. So personally, I believe it's likely that, well, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jappy did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this. So I'm a witness.
I would just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
Ask you to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if Your Honor, if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And then according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued in closing.
Okay. So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed in order to grant the power that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed, and then finally the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And is Nancy?
N as in Nancy. That's correct.
Court's indulgence.
One is admitted.
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation. I had also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and it was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that. That all these things that were coming to a head for them, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's, I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, and you heard Detective Jappy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him. And you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. and you know, I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. But and I'm gonna get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jappy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, oh, one, I don't know if we want to do two I mean, I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, you know, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jappy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search one, I believe. Yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jappy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either P2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jappy, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
Well, so, Kimberly McMahon had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You're not gonna, you can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jaffe in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you could, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and, or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
So she
said.
No, so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jaffe 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure, okay, Your Honor, that's okay. I'll go on. So, so Detective Jaffe obtained the search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all the surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3 from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Oh, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jaffe had made, Your Honor. Detective Jaffe had said that they performed.
The objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but
if you want to take it up at the end of the day, I'm happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said? I mean, as far as, okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean,
but-
the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
Exactly,
all about
exactly
that.
right. So in order to provide context for what I want to provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that
Well,
okay?
that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless
So-
you have a transcript of that testimony.
All right, so what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
At this time, the objection is going to be sustained. However, if Mr. Draskowitz wants to call Detective Jappy back and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you.
And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9/2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So, the Sunday after Mr. German was murdered, I learned, and I was shocked. I think that, it was unreal. Then the following day, I know there was testimony about, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee Kennedy. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit.
That would have been a state's exhibit.
Correct.
It was listed during the record, but we could.
Something else, and then when we have find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit, okay.
I'll keep looking.
All right, thank you.
So, when we were having that conversation, you might have, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's not, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's...
This is the exhibit that you're referring to.
Correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but they've been admitted, so.
For the record, this is state's exhibit 343 that's been.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, did I? Can I ask you to, So, here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. I thought, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked, I'm like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, you know, trying to just take my mind off things, you know. And I washed the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is. You know, then at night, after dinner, I started making, like cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of like a Google recipe. And I was distracted, and while I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger. And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, you know, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do, or? So basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, and I don't know what the
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, sure.
We do have the photo that was a state.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure, please. Yeah. Tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. And
The objection was sustained.
oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own
Sure.
experience.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon, and I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, I'm, with court's permission, I'm going to publish. It's exhibit, it's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, you know, it went across the tip.
You see it close up.
Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger, if you can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, you know, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, you know, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but you know, that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based upon the judge's ruling.
Okay. Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, yeah, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but you know, they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, you know, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, you know. I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, you know, just all that thing. But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time, my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and, you know, what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then can I get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube? Yes, that should be A CAD log from a traffic stop?
U2 is admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LBA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but you know, when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow in that report a few minutes later, I don't know that that was really what was intended. So then I was held there at the Summerlin Area Command. You know, they did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and
Sure. Mark and admitted.
and also there's a photo as well.
Let me make sure what they have up there.
Do you want Mr. Draskovich to hold out the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Draskovich, here's a bigger glove if you want.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes, we have the
Oh,
photo.
Well, there should be. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is this the photo that you like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, he wants a picture of these pants, and the photograph that has a picture of
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor. So I don't know if you want to just end it.
All right, so it's probably a good time
This
to
would be a good time to break.
conclude. All right, so at this time, we are going to end for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, all right, we're actually very good.